Hunter Pence returned to the Giants lineup with the same enthusiasm that's been a trademark throughout his career. With 2 hits, Pence added spark to the Giants offense that scored a season-high 11 runs. Today, Chris Heston. He'll try to pitch the orange and black to their 3rd straight win over the Reds in the final game of the series and road trip next.
One more day here in Cincinnati as we come to you from Great American Ballpark. This is the final game of this series and the final game of this road trip. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, look, the last 2 games have been a lot of fun. Offensively, the Giants have been scoring runs left and right. But I think, Mike, today we have to center our attention on Chris Heston.
Well, we should, and I think he's earned that. His last outing in Houston, a complete game 2-hitter, and he struck out 10. Well, we're going to pay attention, especially in an offensive ballpark like the one here in Cincinnati. It's a great place to play, but it's a tough place to pitch. But that has been the backbone of the Giants the first 2 weeks of May. In the starting rotation, their ERA is 2.76. Heston will look to try and continue that success, but it is never going to be easy against the Reds. Remember this, they haven't won 3 games in a row here since 2005.
During the regular season. All right, should be a fun one here in Cincinnati. Stay tuned. We'll take you to our Comcast Sportsnet studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this.
is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. By Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability and resale value. Toyota, let's go places. And by DraftKings.com. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com with the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Enter promo code ORANGE for free entry.
Here we are back at Make a Great American Ballpark as we get ready for baseball. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The admission-free boardwalk is kicking off this summer with free performances by Circus of Nations. It's a warm one this afternoon with light winds, humidity at 68%, and it is partly cloudy. We're waiting for the Reds to take the field. The Giants come in with a record of 19-18, and the Reds come in with a record of 18-19. And here's the Giants lineup. It'll be Aoki, Panik, and then Buster Posey. Brandon Belt's red hot. He's got 2 home runs in this series. Pence, who went 2 for 3 last night, is hitting 5th. Then it's Crawford, Blanco, and Duffy. And Chris Heston will pitch and bat 9th. See Hunter Pence getting ready. Chalk it up. He'd like to hit in the first inning. So the Reds do indeed take the field.
On the hill today for the Cincinnati Reds will be the right-hander Anthony DeSclafani, 24-year-old, 6'1", 192-pounder. He's a rookie. He was the guy who was the main guy in the trade that sent Matt Latos to the Marlins. He came over with a minor league catcher, and he has been very productive. You take a look at what he's done at 7 starts, 2 and 3 with a 2.79 ERA. They love this guy. He doesn't give up a lot of hits. 32 hits allowed in 42 innings. He will get a little wild hair up his nose on occasion. 18 walks. They'd like to see that improve a bit. However, he does not lack for stuff. You're going to see a fastball that can go mid-90s with velocity. He will sink. He will cut it. He's got a curveball, a slider, a changeup. Got kind of a little bit of a low 3/4 delivery. Very upright upon his finish. Let's take a look at the defense playing behind DeSclafani. Starting in the Reds outfield from left to right, it'll be Bird, Hamilton, and Bruce. Great arms in center and right. Cozart and Frazier will be on the left side of the infield. Phillips and Votto on the right side. And Brian Pena, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So Bruce Bochy hoping his team can get out of here, taking 3 out of 4. And that would be a nice road trip. Giants would then go 4-2. But they got some work to do in this ballpark where they've done very well the last 2 ball games. They have been hitting the ball and hitting it out of the park.
Think those guys can dunk?
I don't know if they can jump, but I would say probably might not have to jump. Giants have scored 21 runs in the last 2 games. And the first time in a while, actually over a week, where the Giants actually picked up a game on the Dodgers, who lost last night. So here's Nori Aoki. Aoki leading things off, hitting 282. DeSclafani throws, and the first pitch of the ball game is a called strike. So we get started at 112. Aoki fouls it out of play.
Tom Hallion, the crew chief, he'll be the umpire behind home plate today. Hallion, a low ball guy, he's got a big zone. Pitcher's best friend. He's got width on both sides of the plate. The other umpires with Hallion in this crew: Alfonso Marquez at first, Dan Bellino at second, and Bruce Dreckman will be at third.
And a line drive right at Cozart, so that's how this game gets started. Roberto Kelly is not here. He's at a family graduation, and Ron Wotus, who's coached third before for the Giants, has been quite a while. He is coaching third this afternoon here in Cincinnati. When he had that position, he was an excellent third base coach.
Yes, he was.
So here's Joe Panik hitting .280 with a couple of home runs, 10 driven in. And Joe looks at a strike. With Buster Posey in the third hole on deck. Just underway here in Cincinnati. And Hallion says that pitch is down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Down the left field line and out of play. Giants are 8-9 overall on the road. And a chance to get that road record to 500 today. Panik, a swing and a miss. He got him. So first strikeout for this very fine young right-hander for the Reds. And here's Buster Posey. Posey on the first pitch bounces it foul. Brandon Belt to follow. Outfield straightaway for Buster Posey. And it's low and away. Here's the 1-1 to Buster Posey, and he drives it down the right field line. Hit very well. Bruce on the move into the corner, and he makes the running catch. And that'll end the inning, and it was a fair ball. So nice play by Jay Bruce to end the top of the first. He goes right down into that corner. And now the Reds are coming up. And it'll be Cozart, Pena, and Votto. And Frazier's numbers are really good lifetime against the Giants. Plus, he's hit the ball well in this series. This has not had a whole lot to show for it. Bird, Phillips, and Bruce. Hamilton will hit 8th, and DeSclafani will pitch and bat 9th.
On the hill today for the Giants will be the right-hander Chris Heston, 195 pounds, 6'3" in height. He's 27 years old, a rookie. This is what he has done in 7 starts, 3-3 with a 2.91 ERA, 44 hits allowed and 46 in the third, 10 walks against 39 strikeouts, almost a 4-to-1 ratio. Outstanding. Recorded his first complete game in his last start that opened up this road trip against the Astros, a 2-hit complete game. He struck out 10. So he is very confident right now, and he's got a base sinker. You'll see high 80s, low 90s. He'll cut the ball as well. He's got a curveball. It's kind of slurvy, and a changeup.
Here's Cozart, who takes the first pitch high, hitting at .310. Cozart took an 0 for 3 last night. With Pena to follow. And there's the first breaking ball, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Down low, 3-0. So Heston trying to get used to the mound.
It is a different mound than what you normally throw off of. It's a little flatter. Doesn't have quite the same tilt that other mounds have in the league.
And it's ball 4.
Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Chris Heston. Starting in the Giants outfield from left to right, it'll be Aoki, Blanco, and Pence. Pence having the best arm in the outfield. Crawford and Duffy on the left side of the infield. Panic and Bell will play the right side of the infield. Buster Posey, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Here's Pena. He did not start in the game yesterday. And he shows bunt, and he bunts it out in front of home plate. Posey's going to second, and they got him. And we'll make sure Crawford gets up. So a couple of shortstops going hard at each other, and Posey with a nice play, and also one made by Crawford.
Boy, such a dangerous play. Remember now, Cozart in middle infield, his job is to try and break up a double play. He is not going to allow middle infielder to get off a throw. And in doing so, that means there's going to be contact. Posey throwing right over the head of Chris Heston. And it was a good thing that Crawford got on his toe. He did indeed stay in contact with the bag. And look at the contact as Cozart takes his legs out, and everybody's in one piece. But boy, there was 1 minute there. You held your breath.
So here's Votto. Votto at 293 with 7 home runs, 21 driven in. And he takes a strike. The top of the lineup last night, Cozart, Bird, Votto, and Frazier went 0 for 16.
And that's really unusual. I mean, that's really where they get a lot of their offense.
Votto drives one to right. Pence back. Pence will put it away, and Pena has to scurry back.
This ballpark playing completely different than we saw the first 3 games of this 4-game series. The wind is coming in from the river, the Ohio River, right behind the right field bleachers, and it's coming across the field so that you're not seeing the same carry to right field that you saw earlier in the series. Earlier in the series, that ball right there is probably out of here. Now there still is carry to left field. There was no BP today. But the wind will push to left, but not to right.
Here's Frazier hitting 244. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Frazier's hit into tough luck in this series. He has managed to knock out some atom balls. And you hope his luck changes tomorrow. To right. Pence coming in. It's going to fall. So that'll put runners at first and second.
Maybe his luck just changed.
A little duck snort by Todd Frazier. Here's Bird.
But you know what? He literally has hit 5 balls absolutely on the screws at somebody in this series. And I mean, you couldn't hit him any harder. And here, little jam shot, base hit. That's a knock. And you can bet that he and Brandon Bell are talking about this crazy game of baseball at first base. Frazier, like a lot of guys, very social.
Bird hit a home run in the 8th inning on Thursday night to win a ball game for the Reds. 0 for 5 last night, and here he takes a strike. So it's important for Heston and Hallion to get on the same page.
Well, that's the strike you're going to get from Tom Hallion. He's a low ball umpire. You're not going to get many belt high strikes. But as we pointed out earlier, he does have width on both sides. But you've got to really be able to command the knees. You can do that. It would be a good day for Heston.
Swing and a miss. 0-2. So Bird trying to catch up to the 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
Slight shade to right with the entire outfield. Infield pretty straight away.
Tried to go a little further out to see if Bird would chase. He does not. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Heston rubs up the baseball. Just underway. Glad you joined us. It is late morning back in the Bay Area. fouled out of play. Heston added a little velocity to that pitch. It remains 1-2.
What we have discovered about Heston, like a lot of guys, it takes him a while to get his rhythm going. So there is a vulnerability to him in the first inning. And that vulnerability usually has to do with the height of his pitches. Early in the game, he'll get up, and it takes him a while to get his release point to get the knee-high control. That's kind of where he's at right now.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. Bird strikes out. Reds leave a pair. Second inning coming up. And it'll be Belt to lead things off. Friday, a 3-run home run off of Marquis in the first. And then last night, a solo home run off of Leake. So it's been a good series for Brandon Belt. There's the home run off of Leake. Right center field. They're gone. So DeSclafani is going to face Belt, Pence, and Crawford here in the second. Overshift is on now for Belt.
See, the road trip started off 1 for 13 with 8 strikeouts for Belt, and then he got hot Friday night. 6 for his last 10 with a couple of big flies. Streaky.
This pitch is wide. Pretty interesting that there's no history between starting pitchers for both teams against the opposition.
Yeah,
just figure it out after the first inning or after the first time round.
Pretty rare you see that in May.
Belt takes low and in, 3-0. No swing.
Usually you'll see that in September with a couple of call-ups.
That's a fact. Belt taking all the way, takes a strike. And the righty throws, and Belt chases and misses, 3-2.
Sclafani, a former 6th round pick by the Blue Jays in 2011.
Foul back, got Pena. It stays at 3-2.
Went from the Blue Jays to the Marlins. And as we said later on, or earlier in the broadcast, he was traded over here to the Reds with Chad Wallach in exchange for Matt Latos. I mean, that was a big deal. He was the targeted arm that the Reds wanted. And he has really made good on that acquisition for Cincinnati.
Payoff pitch. Here it is to Belt. And Belt stays alive. Belt pulls it on the ground, foul. Billy Hayes killing me.
Sweet hands, Billy Hayes. That's one of the best plays we've seen in a while from a first base coach.
I'm saying ever.
Had some fuzz on it.
And another payoff pitch, and Belt drives one to right. This is into the gap. It's going to bounce and roll, and picking it up is Hamilton, and Belt's got a double.
Nice at bat. You're going to hurt a pitcher. Have a 9-pitch at bat, and then on the last pitch, rake one in the gap for a double to lead off an inning. Stay hot, Brandon Belt. Nice play from Billy Hamilton to cut it off. It was going to be a double all the way. Nevertheless, get an idea how much ground Hamilton could cover.
Here's Pence. Pence 2 for 3 last night in his season debut. And he takes down low. Came out after 3 at bats. Justin Maxwell went in to finish up the game. The one thing that Pence likes to do is run, and he scored 3 runs in the game yesterday.
You got to see that play by Billy Hayes one more time. 2-hopper, bink, Velcro hands.
I mean, when Robbie Thompson coached first, he never made that play.
Never.
Pence, base hit to right field. And Wotus is going to hold up Belt. And that's a wise move, and it'll put runners at first and third. Right off the bat, Ronnie Wotus tested.
Well, smart move. He knows that Jay Bruce has a quality arm, and it's an accurate, strong arm. 2 outfielders you have to be aware of here with Cincinnati is Hamilton and Bruce. They can throw. And with nobody out, you don't really want to take a chance at running yourself out of an inning.
So here's Crawford, who had a big game yesterday, 3 for 5 with 6 runs batted in. And of course 4 of those runs batted in came on a grand slam. So the pitch to Crawford, and Crawford takes outside for a ball, 1-0. So the Giants get DeSclafani into the stretch. And a quick toss, and Pence is back. I see some of the fans moving around. Maybe it's starting to rain a little bit.
If you're looking across the river into Covington, Kentucky, it is pouring across the way.
So the pitch to Crawford, and Crawford takes outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
And the rain has arrived.
This is nothing more than a quick shower. It'll be done in 2 minutes.
Hey, that's what we're going with.
Two and 0 to Crawford. Crawford bouncing ball up the middle, could be a pair, and Phillips flips it to Phillips, and everybody's safe. And they're saying Phillips did not hang on to the ball, and scoring his Belt, and it's 1-0 Giants.
And is Hunter Pence all right?
And he went into the base hard. It was second base umpire Dan Bellino who made the call right away.
The problem with the exchange from Kozar kind of throws a changeup to Brandon Phillips, and I don't think he ever had the ball and touching the base at the same time. I believe the second base umpire Dan Bellino got it right, but I think the Reds are going to challenge it.
Well, they're going to say, look, he probably had the ball trapped between the glove and the ground, and that's just not going to work.
Maybe he did get it.
This replay review in the rain is presented by Xfinity. How many times have you seen this? where it's raining hard and there's no action.
And it's raining hard.
Yeah, it's. Let me check my app. And my strong app says it is raining hard.
But it's going to end in 13 minutes though.
And now the umpires are telling the grounds crew that we're going to wait a long time on this review, so get the tarp out. And the grounds crew, very good at this in Cincinnati. They do it all the time. The mound is covered. The home plate area is about to be covered. Umpires are getting wet.
The only group that rehearses more than the Cincinnati grounds crew are the Rockettes. Let's take a look at this play one more time. I mean, if he stayed in contact, it was with his left toe. Well, maybe it was the right foot. But you know what? I think what Dan Bellino was saying is that he covered the ball up and then he didn't have possession of it.
Well, he pinned it. He pinned it. Well, that's what he's saying. I don't know if he did or not.
Well, that's what they're going to have to determine in New York. But there's no hurry. This could be a record-setting amount of time to review this thing.
Well, not only that, but you get 4 umpires involved. Although they have nothing to do with it. They're just standing there.
I mean, this really is a difficult review, and the beauty of the crew in New York is they have the ability to stop it, rewind it, go single shot if they need to do it, so they'll get it right.
And they're also they're dry in New York. Well, one way or the other, Crawford's either going to have a hit or an RBI. He's going to have an RBI. And he's going to call him safe, so he ends up with a hit and an RBI. But you're right, Hunter Pence went extremely hard into that bag. So the Giants lead 1-0. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll let you know what's going on here at the ballpark. It's 1-0 Giants. stop, so they're going to take the tarp off. You can, however, see some wet spots, especially over at first. And they'll take care of that.
Probably be about a 20-minute delay as they break out the turfus bags. The people to watch here at the Great American Ballpark are the ushers and the usherettes, because right now they have to wipe off 40,000 seats.
And also some fans decide to bring their garbage bags, their baggies. So the challenge was made. The original call safe. And maybe they just didn't have enough to overturn it, Mike. It's the only thing I can think of.
When Bellino initially made the signal, is that he didn't have possession of it when he covered up the ball, and it's something he saw. And apparently they felt that they couldn't tell that he had possession of it. Because I do believe that with the ball in the glove, there was a point when he made contact with the bag, and he would, and it would have been a force play. So I think the Giants catch a break there.
Let's check out our solar company electrifying play of the week now that we have a little bit of time. And last night, our electrifying play of the week, it was Brandon Crawford who hit a high fastball into the seats for his third career regular season grand slam. Of course, we all remember the one in the wild card game last year. And it was very cool. Take a look at that, Mikey.
Well, these are the dates and the guys that he hit him off of. Remember in 2011 when he broke into the big leagues. John Markham, grand slam. Vance Worley in 2012, grand slam. Edinson Volquez in the wild card game at Pittsburgh, slam. And then last night against Mike Leake, he throws him into his quiver.
Doesn't really like to do that at home. Kind of a road grand slam guy.
Well, he came into this game leading all major league shortstops in RBIs, and now with 25, it puts him.
I think his mom and dad ought to have a talk with him.
Yeah, mix in an occasional grand slam.
Yeah, that's right. Please your parents. That's the deal.
Please your parents and your broadcasters.
So the umpires are chatting with the gentleman that's in charge of the stadium here.
There's a process here, and it's pretty unique to watch these guys go. And as I said before, the grounds crew here is well rehearsed. The guys working with a tarp, the guys are coming out, and they're going to realign the base paths. It's something that they'll have to do probably 60 times this year.
Well, it has been a fun series here in Cincinnati, but some oddities.
Lincecum stumbling and falling. He stumbled 3 times at his start here. This one here is on a 3-2 count. And then he had the
finally got a
high-tech tool. Yeah, that's perfect.
2 guys got hit on a Buster Posey broken bat. Yeah, the smokestack started on fire and stayed on fire for a while. And the Cincinnati's finest got up there and shut her down. They're as good as the Reds bullpen.
Well, there has been some weirdness. You're right. Went through it all. The Giants have won 2 of 3.
Hey, we had an announcer call a home run foul, gone.
Which was my favorite call of the year, by the way.
So I'll take credit for that one. So we're getting the tarp rolled up. That's the first sign of good things. The batter's box is being covered up for now. We're probably still, you're right, 10-15 minutes away from this thing getting started.
Well, you can see the wet spots, and they're going to have to get those dried up. So once they get the tarp rolled away, you're going to see them bringing bags of turfus out, and it's just to kind of sop up some of the moisture that there is on the infield. There's about 6 shiny spots that they have, but they're good. I mean, you do it enough, you're going to be rehearsed. It's really more entertaining to see a grounds crew on the West Coast have to roll out the tarp.
Except ours.
Except ours here.
I mean, our ground crew, led by Greg Elliott, they practice. Like, they'll spend a whole night practicing. They'll practice all night, just pull an all-nighter just practicing.
Highly skilled, professionally trained.
They're unbelievable.
Well, the one thing about you buy a tarp, it doesn't come with a manual. I mean, you got to figure a few things out yourself. And we found out last year that grounds crews can have a profound effect on the game. Wrigley Field last year, they had a little trouble getting the tarp on.
Malfunction. Just remember that.
Well, Giants are coming home tonight, and they'll have an off day tomorrow, then a short 3-game homestand, but it will be against the Dodgers. And Giants fans will finally have a chance to see Hunter Pence in the starting lineup. Dodgers coming in. And the Thursday, May 21st is the day game. It's already sold out, but if you need to get to a ball game, there are still tickets available for Tuesday, May 19th and Wednesday, May 20th. Both are 7:15 starts, so go to sfgiants.com/tickets.
Yeah, it'll be Hudson against Frias on Tuesday. That's a night game. And then Lincecum and Brett Anderson on Wednesday. And then Madison Bumgarner against Clayton Kershaw. So that's round 3 in that matchup. And if you think about it, no Zach Greinke in that series.
Wow.
Although that's, yeah.
Could all change.
It could all change. The Dodgers have an off day tomorrow. They might decide just to skip whoever's going to start and let Greinke pitch on Thursday and Kershaw on Wednesday. I don't trust those guys.
No. I totally agree.
I do trust Vince Scully.
You have to trust the father of broadcasting.
Absolutely. Well, while we watch the grounds crew line the field, we're going to step aside. We're going to take a break. And we assure you that we're coming back. Absolutely. Check out our Geico quote. It's from Bruce Bochy on last night's win. And the skipper said, well, we had our ups and downs with getting runs on the board, but Pence got us on the board. Crawford had a big day. Everybody did something. That's true. It was up and down the lineup. The Giants did something last
16 hits, which produced those 11 runs. Brandon Crawford with 6 RBIs last night, a career best for him.
Already one today.
Coming in bunches. But what a shot in the arm it has been to get Hunter Pence back in the clubhouse, on the dugout, on the field. So we watch the grounds crew here in Cincinnati. This has been an amazing 5-series stretch that the Giants have come from, are in now, and that are going to be. In that, since the Padres series, the Giants, we've been opposite Hall of Fame broadcasters. Padres had Dick Enberg, who's the Ford C. Frick Award winner this year. Then the Marlins came in with Dave Van Horn. Then the Giants went to Houston. We saw Milo Hamilton here, Marty Brennaman, and then when the Giants get back into San Francisco, the Dodgers will be bringing in Vin Scully and Jaime Jarrín.
Yeah, nobody's bigger than that guy around here. Hey, you know what? Really, if you wonder if that's true, just ask him.
Marty Brennaman, Hall of Famer.
He will. He'll tell you I'm big here. He's a good man. We enjoy coming in here. We enjoy Jeff Brantley, his partner on radio. His son Tom, as well, is also doing color on TV. It's a good group. It's a fun group. They believe in the same things we believe in broadcasters, and that's have fun and laugh. And they do that.
Jeff Brantley, Giants fans remember, came up with the Giants. A nice career, and now he's doing a great job here behind the microphone.
College with Will Clark,
Mississippi State. Well, I know it's baseball season for a lot of folks, but hey, it's still basketball season, and the Warriors are about to go into the next tier of playoff. And you can get pre and post Sportsnet Central coverage an hour before every game, post game, and on Sportsnet Central all the way through the playoff. Join Roz and Monty and Ratto and Papa and Saint, JB and Feldy and Fareed with the coverage that you expect from the home of the authentic Warriors fans. So, Game 1, Western Conference Finals coverage begins Tuesday at 5 p.m. And their opponent will be determined today between the Los Angeles Clippers and the Houston Rockets.
In Houston.
Giants faithful. Gentleman has on the Metallica jersey. Something tells me he's a Metallica fan. He just has the look.
The infield's starting to come around a little bit.
Of course, aren't we all Metallica fans?
Tom Hellion watching closely over at third base, the crew chief.
It's their first Giants game. Well, welcome. We always say it. Where do Gaber Babes come from? They come from Gaber Babes. Mom pointing out what she sees on the field, passing the game on. It's a great sight.
At some point, we're going to have to see the Red starting pitcher is Sclafani get ready, don't you think?
Well, DeSclafani's going to probably need about 15-20 pitches. I mean, that's a lot. And, you know, the baseball is usually pretty careful with their young pitchers. And this is not going to be anything that should be of major concern to Jeff Pico, the pitching coach of the Reds, or to Dave Righetti in regards to Chris Heston. But you sit down long enough and, you know, you have to go back out there and throw more pitches to get yourself loose. And they'll count these pitches. If you're on a leash where they give you 100, 110 pitches, that's what they'll allow you in your start. You have a rain delay now, all of a sudden you have to get reheated up and you have to throw 15, 20 pitches. I mean, that's more than the normal 8 that you would get in between innings. When you come back from your team hitting, now you go back out on the field, you get 8 pitches between innings. But now he'll get about 15 or 20. So that will shorten his overall amount of pitches that he'll be allowed to throw today. I mean, there's nothing good about a rain delay, especially on getaway day.
Probably better for Heston because he's not out there and doesn't have to go back out there in the middle of an inning. There's the River Queen. Well, as the grounds crew continues to get the infield ready, Reds are now starting to come out to get loose, so we'll be back.
Of a rain delay. Time now for our T-Mobile game changer. Last night, Hunter Pence season debut. The debut produced his first at bat, and what did he do? A double, opposite field gap. And later on, in his second at bat, base hit right field. And overall in the night, he went 2 for 3 with a walk. He scored 3 times, and that is our T-Mobile game changer.
No Joey Votto. Somebody tell Joey Votto the game is ready to start.
I think he's upstairs eating a sandwich.
At some point, Tommy Allen's going to go, "What's up?"
Seriously? All right, here he comes frantically in the dugout. In the wrong hat. Read the room.
So here's Blanco. Blanco hitting .267. Foul back. Blanco 2 for 5 last night. Pence at second, Crawford at first. 24-minute rain delay. Foul down the left field line with Duffy to follow, and then Heston. DeSclafani has allowed 3 hits here in the second.
I thought with nobody out, you might see Blanco try and bunt on his own, which he'll occasionally do. It's not a play that you would see Bochy put on simply because of where he is in the lineup.
Outside, Pena to his left, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And whereas you would never really put on a play from the dugout simply because the pitcher was 2 spots away in the lineup and you'd lose your 8th place hitter. Chris Heston's not your normal hitting pitcher. He's got a pretty good clue as to what to do with that bat. All things that are considered by Bruce Bochy.
Out of play.
Plus, Blanco's been hot. And when he's hot, he's always a threat to have an extra base hit.
Three straight hits here in the second. It's 1-2 to Blanco. Blanco, line drive down the right field line, a fair ball. Pence is going to score. Crawford will end up at third. Into second with a double is Blanco, and it's 2-0.
And there's that extra base hit. And Blanco has been his history. I mean, when he gets hot, he's like Belt. He doesn't just hit singles. This is with 2 strikes. They try to go in on his hands, and he just beats the pitch. It wasn't a bad pitch. I don't think it was out over the middle. It was on that inside corner at the belt.
So here's Duffy. Duffy hitting 297 with a home run and 15 driven in. Infield now has to play in. And Duffy takes a strike. Duffy knows the deal. It's don't leave it up to the guy on deck. Get the job done here.
Now the job that he has to try and get done is get that ball in the air deep enough to score Crawford. You're not going to need much more than a medium ground ball. Crawford's got pretty good speed. Good arm in center, good arm in right, not much of an arm in left.
Out of play. So now it's 0-2.
And the deal for DeSclafani is he's trying to strike out Matt Duffy.
Duffy had some good at-bats in Houston against the Astros. He's got 15 runs batted in. 1-2.
I mean, there really has been a lot of opportunity for the guys at the bottom of the lineup. When you consider Crawford has 25 RBIs and Duffy has 15. I mean, that's a lot of production from the bottom part of your lineup. But the table has been set for them a lot. They've been productive.
Nope, 2-2. If Votto's not careful, Duffy's going to hit one right over the bag. I mean, we've seen him do it a lot this season. If they pitch him away, that's where he'll go.
See the space. Creates opportunity.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Hit on the ground. And Phillips will make the play. So Duffy's retired. And now it's Heston. Heston's 1 for 13, but he's a pretty good hitter. He does not have an RBI this year. Now with Crawford, and now Wotus wants to talk to Heston. With Crawford at third with pretty good speed, you never know. You could see a squeeze here.
Well, and Heston handles the bat well. He's a good bunter. Always a possibility. Bochy would do it. He will give the sign to Ron Wotus as soon as Heston steps in the box, and then he'll hold it.
There's a bunt, and it's right back to DeSclafani, and that's out number 2.
That's safety squeeze.
So now it's up to Nori Aoki, and that's the point we make about Duffy's at bat. That's why his at bat's so important.
High fastball just got underneath it.
Here's Aoki, who lined out to the shortstop Cozart, so Aoki can make it hurt. But it'll take a 2-out base hit or a mistake by the Reds. And the first pitch is low, 1-0. Joe Panik on deck. Giants couldn't ask for better speed at second. Down the left field line, that's going to slice foul. Nori Aoki with 9 runs batted in.
Well, he puts the ball in play. It's a lot of balls to the left side of the field.
And a high strike, and it's now 1-2.
First time we've seen that high strike called by Tom Hallion. What about the grass in the infield? There's a lot of water that got on this thing. How does that affect the ground ball?
Yeah, you know, it doesn't really look too bad, Mike.
So you don't think you're going to get any skims?
Yeah, I think it'll probably skip a little bit, but if you're playing deep, it really shouldn't matter.
What about your grip?
Yeah, good. Absolutely. Foul at the plate. Aoki's only home run came off of Jared Weaver. Remember, it was Aoki and Panik that went back to back. Out of play again. He can do this for a while. Giants with 4 straight hits to open up the second. Now they're looking for a big hit here with 2 outs. And there's a line drive into right field, a base hit. Crawford's going to score. Blanco scores, and it's 4-0.
Oh, you're right. That's the backbreaker right there. What a great at bat from Aoki, and he pulls it. That's a 2-strike, 2-out, 2-run RBI. And for DeSclafani, that is a back-breaking base hit. And we're going to make it our 4th right choice. Why not? That's an outstanding effort from Aoki, who finally gets a start. Right over the glove of Brandon Phillips. An easy 2-run score. Our 4th right choice.
Here's Panik. Well, we might see if Aoki decides to steal a bag. He's got 9.
Be a good time for it.
When the Giants had that losing streak, that was the hit. They couldn't even buy that hit.
No. They couldn't even find it in the dictionary.
Panik is 0 for 1. He struck out in the first.
Four of the 5 hits this inning against DeSclafani have been in 2-strike counts. Well, that's another bone-crushing stat. Now, you get 2 strikes on a guy. I mean, you're thinking you could drop a kill pitch on him and he's yours. But it has not been the case this inning against DeSclafani. And he hadn't had many innings like this year.
And here's a pitch out and nothing going on.
"34 pitch innings so far."
Panic takes high. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
DeSclafani, not really an easy guy to get a jump on. He's pretty quick out of the stretch. I had him at 1.12, which is faster than normal, faster than average.
Out he goes. Pitches outside. They got a shot. And he made it. 10th steal. No argument.
No, 2 outs, a leadoff hitter. I mean, this is go time. I mean, if you're one of the premier base stealers, this is really when you're called upon to put yourself in scoring position.
Indeed, he did. It's 3-1 now to Panic.
That was close.
And Buster Posey's going to hit. So this will be the 9th hitter this inning.
That's going to bring out
Stefani with his first walk.
Jeff Pico, the pitching coach. Give DeSclafani a bit of a breather.
This half inning has been a long half inning. 24-minute rain delay, and then all the offense for the Giants before and after the rain delay. So Posey's coming up. He had a fly ball down the right field line that Jay Bruce made a very nice running catch on. Posey had 2 hits in an RBI in the game last night. Now hitting right at 290. So here's Buster waiting on DeSclafani. And it's a strike on the outside corner. Belt, who opened up the inning with a double, he's on deck. Good speed on the bases for the Giants. Posey with a big rip and a foul, 0-2.
That was the one. Had a little height to it. If you're going to hit a ball out right now, I think it's going to go to left. Right field is even getting harder to get carried because of the wind that's coming across the field from the right foul line to the left foul line.
Swing and a miss. He got him, and that'll end the inning. 4 runs on the board for the Giants. Bottom of the 2nd coming up. Giants 4, Reds 0.
Houston, you take a look at the monitor, and the one thing that jumps off the page is how he dominated the low part of the strike zone. The 2 yellow balls are where he gave up the hits. The blue balls are the outs that he recorded. Then, of course, the red little dots there are the kill pitch for the strikeout. So he used all of the strike zone, but primarily he was down around the knees all night long. 27 outs, 2 hits, and those are our McDonald's true stories. And he was throwing everything to get the strikeouts. He was throwing changeups, he was throwing sinkers, he was throwing breaking balls, he was throwing cutters. I mean, he just looked fantastic. But his ability to establish the knee-high location and maintain it throughout the game, that was his strength.
So here's Phillips to lead things off. Phillips, Bruce, and Hamilton. Heston threw 14 pitches in that first inning, and here he throws a strike. Phillips loops one to left, and it's going to fall in front of Aoki. And that's the second hit in the game for the Reds, bringing Jay Bruce to the plate.
Heston got that breaking ball up. As long as it was for Anthony DeSclafani, the pitcher for the Reds during the rain delay, it was longer for Heston. And he did take a few extra throws as he got ready to pitch this inning between innings.
Here's Bruce hitting at 174. And he drives him down the left field line and out of play. Bruce hit his 6th home run of the year last night. Just outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Overshift is on for Bruce. So any double play that'll be made from Duffy, it's going to have to. This throw's going to have to go to Crawford. Elliott says Bruce went around. It's 1-2. You know, that's the one thing about our era. The shortstop never had to worry about turning the double play like a second baseman. Now you have to.
With all the shifts, you're right.
You got to practice it.
Just taking the throw from so many different angles, you never had to worry about it.
And it's just inside, 2-2.
I mean, we had shifts back in the day. I mean, in our generation, we put shifts on for Willie Stargell. We put it on for Willie McCovey. Ted Williams, back in the day before our day, they put shifts on for him. But now they're so frequent. You see him with 8 place hitters. We've got 9 at bats in the big leagues.
Bruce got a piece. And then there are shifts for guys where you just don't think that they would ever shift on, like we saw a shift the other night in Houston where they put a shift on for Buster Posey, and all he did then was ground a ball to the second baseman for a base hit. Bruce bouncing ball up the middle and a base hit. I'm quite sure that Heston turned around and thought he had a double play.
That's exactly what he thought. I mean, you assume that a ball that's going to be hit that close to second base, we're basically halfway between where a shortstop will be playing and where second base is. This is a double play, and then you turn around, there's nobody there, and that locks you up. So you know what you do? You get back out there and try and get another ground ball.
So here's Hamilton. Hamilton hitting .212 with 3 home runs, 6 driven in. Here's a guy you're probably not going to double up, so you make sure you get 1 out for sure.
It's also a guy who can strike out.
Outside, 1-0. Same spot, 2-0. So Heston's going to regroup on the mound. Two balls, no strikes. On the ground towards the hole. Crawford's only going to play. He'll be at second, and they get the out there. A run comes in.
Yeah, he made a nice play to get the one
He did.
out. Jay Bruce runs pretty well. So Crawford knew his only chance to get an out was going to be at second base. An off-balance throw. Momentum going towards the third base line. He got strong legs, and the pivot foot is right foot. I don't think he even felt that. He made it so effortless. Nice play. Good at bat. The Reds are on the board. Bunt situation for DeSclafani.
So we'll see if DeSclafani can lay something down. Belt will be charging. Duffy will be charging. And it's low and away, 1-0. Cozart to follow. And the bunt, and it's foul. So a new baseball for Heston. Duffy and Belt charging. Panic going over to cover first, and Crawford, of course, his responsibility is to cover second.
There's going to have to be somebody to be aware to cover third, because with Hamilton's speed, if there's a bunt going down and they get the out at first, he may just keep right on running around second base and head to third. He's got that kind of speed.
And he bunts this one off of Posey again, and it's now 1-2. Catcher's kind of in a bad spot when it comes to guys bunting. They're just a target. Hitter doesn't put it in play, it's going to come back, and more so than not, ding that catcher somewhere. Low, 2-2. Lots of sunshine after that 10 or 15 minute downpour.
Yeah, it's steamy down there.
Reds have come back and scored a run here in the bottom of the second. It's been a long second inning. There's the bunt, and it's missed.
Well, it's steal time now for Billy Hamilton, and you're going to see the guy who's got 17 stolen bags on the year try and do what he does, which I really don't understand the bunt play when you have a base stealer like Hamilton, unless you just wanted to take any threat of hitting into a double play out of the equation.
Hit into right field. Hunter Pence has got a beat on it, and that'll end the inning. No runs. Make that one run on 2 hits. One runner left. Giants lead 4-1.
is brought to you by Momo's, a San Francisco tradition.
Giants lead the Reds 4-1 here in the third. It'll be Belt, Pence, and Crawford. Belt doubled in the second inning. And Belt takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Great series for Brandon Belt. Out of play.
Yeah, we asked him last night. I mean, do you wish you could have gotten this hot in Houston, being that he's from Nacogdoches, Texas, which is about an hour 45 minutes away from Houston. He had a lot of friends and family at the ballpark. He had 1 hit in Houston. He said, well, no, I actually had I did pretty good in BP for him. Okay.
Here's the 3-1, and it's now 3-2 in under his hands.
But you always want to do well in front of the hometown.
I didn't know that counted.
Yeah, I had never considered that.
Payoff pitch, and he walked him. Tried to come back in again. This time Belt was not swinging.
Well, DeSclafani faced 9 Giants in the second inning, and here to start off the third, he puts himself back in the stretch position with a walk.
Second walk.
But that's the kind of thing that makes a pitching coach shake his head. Not to mention a manager.
Pence singled into right field in the second. Drives one down the left field line. Hit a ton. It is out of here. A low line drive. Hunter Pence. Welcome back. And the Giants lead 6-0.
Wow.
He's having fun again, folks.
Well, I mean, that's just a pure line drive. I'll bet that thing didn't get any higher than about 15 feet above the fence in left field. That just was a 1-iron going out of here. And I didn't even know they made 1-irons anymore.
Or have people that could actually use them.
Welcome back.
Here's Crawford, and Crawford smokes one foul down the right field line.
Let's take a look at the pitch, middle in, and he just drops the head on it. And that thing just line drive. And how quickly did he get out of here? Quickly. That's a strong man's home run right there. And he knew he was locked in. Couldn't make that text message fast enough to Bruce Bochy to tell him that he was an offensive weapon. Bring me up. And boy, has he made good on that.
Crawford takes a strike. 3.1 seconds from the crack of the bat to the crack of the seat. Crawford rolls it foul. There is no he hits it high, he hits it deep with that one.
Well, I thought you did pretty good.
He hits it high. Gone.
The one you had yesterday was my favorite of the year, though.
No, that would have been the day before. On the ground. Votto a little low to DeSclafani, and that's out number 1. So here's Blanco. Blanco doubled in the second inning. On deck is Matt Duffy. And the pitch is wide, 1 ball and no strikes. Blanco takes low. He's had a good series.
Yeah, he definitely has heated up. He's turned his whole year around. He's hit 276 now. Look what he's done the last 6 games. 10 for 19 with a homer and 5 doubles.
Down the left field line and out of play. All right, here's a recreation. He hits it high. He hits it gone.
You know, if you hit him like that all the time, you would not be happy.
No, I would not. Break out the big fly. 3-1 to Blanco. And the walk.
Good at bat. Stefani's got to feel like he's been in the stretch for 2 hours.
Yep. Third walk to this inning. Duffy bounced out to second in the second. And he's going to take a strike on the outside corner. Heston on deck. Low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch will be number 70. So that's a lot of pitches.
And most of them have been stress pitches out of the stretch.
Runner goes on the ground to third. No play at second. And just staying on the bag is Votto. So Duffy's retired. Blanco ends up in scoring position. And here's Heston. Well, Heston gets to swing the bat now. He didn't have to bunt, which will make him happy.
I don't know if the Reds know that he can swing the bat.
This is rolled foul.
I mean, if you look at his numbers, he's hitting .077. He's got 1 hit on the year. You wouldn't be too impressed with that. Now, obviously, everybody in that Reds dugout, once you see him take 1 swing, you're thinking, okay, he's got a clue. That's all it takes. But all you'd like to see is get 1 mistake up in the zone someplace.
On the ground, a big hopper to Phillips, and Phillips to Votto, and that'll end the inning. Pence hits the 2-run home run. His first of the year. It got out of here fast. It's bye-bye baby, and it's 6-1 Giants.
Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
Here in Cincinnati, the Giants with a 6-1 lead. Hunter Pence with a home run in the top of this inning. So here Heston will face Pena, Votto, and Frazier as the big fellas start to come up. Pretty good crowd here this afternoon. It's not a sellout, but an enthusiastic crowd. They've been like that the entire series. And of course, this town is getting dressed up for the All-Star game in July.
This ballpark, that ought to be a great All-Star game.
It's going to be fun. The pitch to Pena is a strike.
That's where Heston needs to be. Yep, the All-Star game going to be here. The Home Run Derby going to be here. That'll be entertaining.
And the Giants manager and coaches and training staff, they will be here. The pitch. Line drive, base hit, left field. So Heston right off the bat in the stretch like he was in the second and in the first. John Miller is dealing with a family matter. Dave Fleming will be in here for innings 4, 5, and 6. So welcome in, Dave. Votto hit a line drive to right field in the first. That's low, 1-0. Votto's ball, he hit it really well. We thought for a second it was going to go out. But as Mike said, the wind is blowing from right to left. Foul back. Although that doesn't mean if you get into one, it's not going to go at this point.
Yeah, they can still hit it out. You're not going to get any cheap ones right now. If you hit one out, you're going to have to earn it. And every one of these guys can earn it.
Tight. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Heston has not been as sharp today as he was in Houston. But to his defense, there has been a lot of distraction for both pitchers today because of the rain delay. It messes with your rhythm. And both guys have looked a little out of whack rhythm-wise. These type of conditions with stop and starts with rain delays, it really does favor a veteran over a rookie. In this league 6-7 years, I mean, you've dealt with everything, and it just doesn't bother you. You've learned how to deal with it. But for young pitchers, it can mess with your concentration.
This has to be a strike, and it's not. So Heston now asking for trouble.
I'd take a walk. I mean, he can get out of trouble with 1 ground ball that finds a glove in the infield and gets 2 outs. He's going to face arguably the hottest hitter on this Reds team. And he's got plenty of power.
Frazier blooped one into right field for a base hit in the first inning. And he shoots one to right, and he's got another hit. This is going to load the bases for Bird.
And that's going to bring out Dave Righetti. And this is just going to be pat him on the back and just say, hey, you're pitching for a ground ball here, not to strike out. Let's get 1. We'll give up a run to get 2 outs. Something along those lines, positive. Again, he knows the challenge that his young right-hander is trying to overcome, and that is the distractions that have surrounded this game. And when you have a break of concentration, it usually shows up in your ability to command your pitches or your inability to command your pitches. But if the Reds are going to get back in this ballgame, this is their opportunity.
Bird struck out in the first inning. Crawford, panic, at double play depth. Outfield straight away. 1 ball and no strikes.
Pitch breaking ball, staying away from the first pitch fastball, which Bird loves. But if you don't get that breaking ball over, and now it's a 1-0 count, well, guess what do you think Bird's looking for? He's looking for that fastball.
Yeah, he's not going to change. Out of play to even the count.
So there was the 1-0 fastball challenge from Heston.
Pena's at third. He singled. Votto is at first, or at second. He walked. And Frazier singled. He's at first. Good pitch, 1-2.
Go to that outside corner. I mean, you're going to get width. Go out there again and stretch it a little bit wider. With 2 strikes, Bird will chase. He's an aggressive hitter, and he's trying to capitalize on this bases loaded situation. He's seeing ducks on the pond. And you can take him right with you out of the strike zone. And Posey knows this.
And he tried to get him to chase. It's 2-2.
Well, that was the idea, but it just went too wide. That was a pretty easy take.
Heston going after Bird. And now full count.
Better pitch. Had he been able to throw it in that 1-2 location there, they may have gotten Bird to get after it. Let's see that pitch a couple times. Now he gauges it. But here, Heston's just got to flat out say, here, I've got a 5-run lead. You've got to do something with it. I'm going to put the pressure on you.
Three and 2. Posey set up away. And a base hit into center field. One run's going to score. The bases are going to stay loaded. And it's 6-2. For whatever reason, Votto went back to second.
Probably going to get some bullpen activity. With an off day tomorrow, Bruce Bochy's not going to hesitate getting in that bullpen early in the game. He didn't really have to protect anybody in that pen or save anybody. And a nice 2-strike at bat from Bird, going right back up the middle, taking some swing out.
Well, not only that, Heston had him down 1-2. So here's Phillips. And Phillips gets hit. Well, things are now starting to unravel. That's the last thing you expect.
Well, with a guy like Heston who's got pretty good command, it is the last thing you expect. And here comes the call has been made down to Mark Gardner. Trying to see Yusmeiro Petit or Gene Machi get up and get going. Trying to jam him. The ball just goes right into the elbow of Phillips. Phillips says, thank you very much. Bruce for an RBI. I'll take that.
So here's Jay Bruce. Bruce singled in the second. And here he takes low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Just can't get his concentration into the strike zone, and really has created a lot of hitting opportunities by not being able to nail down strike 1. As you see Petit very quickly start to get heated. Won't take him long today. 12 pitches, he'll have a fastball.
2-0 to Bruce.
Posey's trying to figure out something that he can get across the plate. He's calling everything. That was a 1-0 changeup. You can see him looking into the bench, and that's the high sign. Bochy is in and everything. Get somebody in.
Tap fouled. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Every catcher and every manager, they have a sign. That catcher thinks that this guy's hit a wall. He can relay it to the manager, and he didn't really have to do it. It basically will confirm what a manager already suspects. But if the catcher sees that that pitcher's lost his little late movement, that little jump, then he'll let the manager know.
High and deep to right. And that's off the bottom of the wall. Only 1 run is going to score.
That's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
I think everybody in this ballpark thought off the crack of the bat that ball was going to be out of the ballpark. And then it was a matter of, is it going to get caught? And it froze Frazier at third. It froze Bird at second. But as soon as the back of Hunter Pence turned and you could see his number, that was go time. And everybody froze. And that's going to be it for Heston.
So Heston has not gotten it out here in the 3rd. Single walk, single, hit by pitch, single. When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and repair experts. We'll be back. Bases are loaded and nobody out.
So the numbers for Yusmeiro Petit, 13th game that he has come into. No record yet, 3.32 ERA. He has a chance to be the pitcher of record here. But he inherits a bases loaded, nobody out jam. 15 strikeouts against 6 walks in 19 innings. Let's take a look at the runner at second base. That's Marlon Byrd. Now he goes back to the bag as if he's going to tag up. What he should have done is go halfway. But then once you see the back of Hunter Pence, I mean, that's go time. I mean, you could only get to third.
So here's Billy Hamilton. And he bounces one foul.
Billy Hamilton was swinging for the bleachers.
He was. He knocked in a run with a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Bird is at 3rd. Phillips is at 2nd. And Bruce is at 1st. 3 runs in and 3 aboard. Just a disastrous third inning for Heston. Now Hamilton steps out. Hard guy to double up. That's why if you can't double him up and you can get a force play at home, it's not such a bad play. Just inside from Petit.
I suppose he didn't think so. Held that target a long time, but how you know he disagreed with the call. And we've seen a couple of high strikes. Aoki saw one above the belt. I don't see many with Hallion. He's an ease guy.
That's going to be fouled down the left field line. Muldoon down the left field line played Hamilton perfectly.
All right, I got it. I got this one. One step in, side step, money. I am the man.
Mesoraco is on deck. Hit to Pence and right. Tagging his Bird. Pence has got it. Here's his throw. It's going to be to the backstop. And Petit's going to eat it. And that's a wise move. And it's a 6-5 game. So here's Mesoraco. Going to be an error charged on Hunter Pence. So here's Mesoraco. Into center field. Panic says he's got it, and he does. And he'll get the ball back into the infield. So 2 outs, and that'll bring up Zach Cozart. It's kind of a big out right there.
Yeah, it is. And unproductive.
Cozart against Heston walked, and he hit a fly ball to right. One ball and no strike. No, a called strike. I beg your pardon. 0-1.
That's a gift. Activity in that bullpen. Marcel Iglesias. And Iglesias was a starter in the game before the Giants got here.
Out of play. Oh, 2. 1-2 to Cozart. He's the 9th Reds hitter to hit here in the 3rd. Petit, the pitch. Cozart fouls this one off of Buster Posey.
Got a piece of poison already together. Above the shin guard on the left leg. It's like getting hit by a pitch.
And that'll leave a bruise, and it's 1-2. Cozart pops it up. Crawford says he's got it, and he does, and that'll end the inning. 4 runs on the board. It's a 6-5 ball game. Dave Fleming will be in. I'll see you back here in the 7th.
The Giants graduation pack. It includes tickets to 2 games plus a commemorative class of 2015's Giants cap and an orange SF tassel. Packs start as low as $45. For more information on the graduation pack, go to sfgiants.com/mini-pack. Here it is 6-5. We are heading to the top of the 4th inning. A reminder when it's time for Change Things Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. New pitcher now for the Reds is going to be Raisel Iglesias. Iglesias was a starter last Wednesday against Atlanta, and we got a chance to watch him throw. He got his first big league win, went 8 strong, just allowed 2 hits and 1 run against those Braves. He's got a low to mid-90s fastball with lots of sink with a low 3/4 release, hard slider, and a changeup. And you see 1-0 with a 2.77 ERA. So here we go, top of the 4th, 6-5 Giants, and here to tell you all about it, Dave Fleming.
I liked that intro. You had to talk for a while there.
Had a bit.
Got a lot done. Nice to be with you. A wild game already. And Norichka Aoki in the top of the order for the Giants against the new pitcher Iglesias. Strike 1.
That's kind of how you felt the last 3 innings. You had to talk a lot over there, didn't you?
I was all alone. Between the rain delay and what's happened in the game, it's been wild. There's strike 2 to Aoki. You see he's got some fastball. That one at 94 miles an hour.
He's got good stuff, and he's very confident, as evidenced by his last outing. 8 strong, 2-hit innings against the Braves.
Missed with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. The Reds, that's the start that Mike was talking about, just 2 hits in 8 innings. He was really impressive. Reds were going to skip him his turn. That one misses inside. They have an off day tomorrow. Johnny Cueto is going to pitch on Tuesday in Kansas City. They've got interleague play against the Royals, so he's available today. The 2-2 Aoki foul. Aoki had a very big hit in the second. Giants had 2 across, 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes, and he made it a 4-0 game.
That was a huge swing of the bat.
Breaking ball, he slapped that one foul. Well, Iglesias, who pitched in the World Baseball Classic, so we sort of first saw him for Team Cuba in 2013. Pitched pretty well in that tournament. Pitched out of the bullpen. Used to be a shortstop with that great arm. He gets a comebacker from Aoki, and he throws out the Giants' leadoff hitter 1 away.
Well, you hear the term loose shoulder, and he really has a loose shoulder. I mean, this guy could throw 103 pitches on Wednesday, come out the next day and pitch 3 innings for you. I mean, he's just got one of those arms.
Not that we're necessarily recommending that, but he is a nice weapon to have. And you figure if he continues to pitch well, at some point he may well find his way into that regular starting rotation. Panic. Swing kind of breaks down there, called strike.
Well, I agree with you. And I think that was really one of the reasons that they got this guy. They forecasted that at some point they're going to lose Johnny Cueto and Mike Leake. They're going to be free agents this year.
And I always have thought that's a good way to break a young pitcher in, let him pitch as either a swing man, long man, or just in relief, get used to big league hitters before making that transition into the rotation. 1-1 is inside, ball 2.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's the least stressful. And there's a reason for that we can discuss. It has to do with the mental preparation that you have. When you're a starting pitcher, you pitch every 5th day. I mean, there's a discipline. And there's mentally you have to be able to leave an outing, get ready for the next outing. It's very repetitious.
Good hitters count. Panic swings and misses.
And when you're a young pitcher, you get a start, and now you're in the bullpen. Well, as a bullpen member, you don't have the same mental preparation the starter does. You come to the ballpark expecting that you're going to have to pitch every day, but it's not the same thing where you know you're going to pitch. You don't go through the same mental prep for it.
3-2. He struck him out swinging with that 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
And that had some second stage hop to it. And that's an explosive fastball at 94. Watch this thing jumping up and away from him. And that is a confident arm right there.
So 2 outs, and Posey comes up. Well, the feel of this game has sure changed with the offense from the Reds, and now this new pitcher in. There's a strike with the slider.
When you're a veteran starter, I mean, you pitch on Monday and on Tuesday, you start thinking about that next start. Wednesday, you start pitching against that next start. In your mind, over and over and over again, you start pitching that to that lineup you're going to face.
Hit back up the middle, base hit. Man, another good slider, and Posey just got the barrel of the bat on the ball and served it into center field.
Second time we've seen him do that, where it's just a no lower body swing. His body just puts himself in a position to use his hands. Yesterday it was an 0-2 base hit down the right field line. Here, just plant that front foot and let your hands think for themselves, and he launches it right back up the middle. So now we're going to see Iglesias out of the stretch.
Against a guy who's hot, Brandon Belt has a double and a walk. He scored 2 runs. He hits this one to left field. Long run for Bird, and he's not going to get to it. Well, that's how hot Belt has gotten here in Cincinnati. Even when he sort of pops one up, it's dropping for a hit. It comes and goes fast for Belt, doesn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. He can go from hot to cold and cold to hot as fast as anybody in the league. Just reaching, just filleting a little flare down the left field line. They had a plate over to left center. There's not a whole lot that Marlon Bird could do.
So now Pence comes up, and speaking of Hunter Pence, he was not kidding with everybody when he said he was ready to go. He has been totally ready to go.
Well, that home run that he hit in the 3rd inning was instant credibility.
Astounding. So his first home run of the year out of the way. 2 on, 2 out. He's 2 for 2 again.
Just to finish that point about mental preparation for a young pitcher, it's hard for them to maintain that consistency mentally, that you go from start to start to start. It wears them down. It tires them.
Ball 1.
And I agree with you. I think it's easier for a guy to be a starter and you do spot start and come out of the pen in long relief, because he gets that break mentally once he gets to the bullpen. And as you gradually adjust to it, get stronger mentally, then you're ready for the rotation.
That is a strike. Tom Hallion's, I think, been a pitcher-friendly umpire so far.
Well, that's his zone. I mean, he's a low ball umpire, and you will get width on both sides of the plate. You don't get many belt highs. At least they're not consistent at the belt. You get a few.
One and one the count to Hunter Pence. Giants lead by a run. Pence hits one to center field and pretty well hit. Hamilton sprinting back, but he'll get there. Not this time for Pence. Giants with a 2-out rally, but do not score. Middle of the 4th, still 6-5 Giants.
Giants baseball on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area is brought to you by Bay Area Mini.
Well, the Atlanta Braves make their only visit to San Francisco at the end of the month, May 28th through the 31st, and that Saturday, May 30th game is a 7:05 start. It's the first of 2 postseason hero bobblehead giveaways. First 40,000 will receive either a Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt, or Yusmeiro Petit bobblehead, courtesy of AAA. Then on Sunday, we'll tell you about that after this pitch.
I'm going to hold you to that. Brian Pena takes a strike.
Sunday, May 31st, a 105 game. The first 20,000 fans will receive a World Champions banner presented by Coca-Cola. You need tickets? Go to sfgiants.com/tickets.
I think my son has the first 2 hanging in his room. So now this will be number 3. Pena hits a fly ball to left. Aoki with some rain starting to fall. Number 1. And not great news in that the showers are back. Some of the fans are scattering, and a band of more rain is getting closer. In fact, now you might be able to tell that rain is getting harder. That's the guy who's been in communication wearing the darker shirt there, whether he's the head groundskeeper or what.
It says it's supposed to rain in 15 minutes for an hour.
Okay, well, the 15 minutes got here quick. Here's a curve to Votto for strike 1.
Then after the hour, there's a nice pocket. So it goes. You're going to get a few of these every year.
Yep. That's a ball.
It would be a whole lot worse if the Giants had to go back to San Francisco tomorrow and play a game. A game like this, a stop-start, you're going to use your bullpen up. And as it is, they're being asked to pitch, at least 6, 7 innings. But the arms are fresh. They got a day off tomorrow. They can extend their bullpen.
Votto takes low fastball. It's 2-1. And one thing about the Giants bullpen this year, the whole idea was at the start of the year, Vogelsong and Petit were both going to be the long relievers. Vogelsong obviously is starting. Kane and PV on the DL. Heston is here as a part of the rotation. That one is popped up off the bat of Votto. Duffy and Crawford coming together, both fighting the bright sun plus the raindrops. Nice play. Not easy with these conditions. It looks totally routine. I don't think it's exactly routine. But Petit is still a long man. George Cantos has emerged as a guy who can soak up more than 1 inning out of the bullpen. That has really helped as they've had to shuffle with those starting pitcher injuries. Cantos has filled an important role. Frazier takes ball 1.
I think with who they have left in the bullpen between Afeld, Lopez, the 2 lefties, Casilla, Machi, Romo, and Cantos, they've got about 9 innings there, maybe more.
Petit pitches and just outside with the curveball.
And then if you get into some really weird game like it goes 18 innings, then Hudson just comes in and he takes the ball. And he could give you 5. And that's kind of how you look at it if you're Dave Righetti. You're thinking, how many innings do I have down there? Bochy is the same way.
2 outs. Frazier off balance. Fouls one back towards the radio booth.
But it always makes it easier when you are going into an off day.
Yeah. And the Giants want to be as fresh as possible. Dodgers coming to town on Tuesday. Just 3 games at home and then right back on the road. But 3 important games against the first place team, the team everybody's chasing. Frazier takes strike 2. I can't wait till Tuesday. Just the introduction of Hunter Pence is going to make Tuesday night fun.
Well, Tuesday, indeed. I mean, the energy that we felt when he walked in the Giants clubhouse and into their dugout yesterday, the fans back in San Francisco are going to feel when they see him run out of the dugout, take right field. He's that kind of player.
2-2. Frazier hits one to center field, way up there, but in the ballpark. Blanco's there for out number 3. Man, Yusmeiro Petit's done a really good job since coming in this game. Through 4, 6-5 Giants.
Area is brought to you by PG&E. Together, building a better California.
Dave Fleming, Mike Krukow back in Cincinnati. Final game of the series. Last game of the road trip. It's been a wild game with the weather and with the offense. 6-5 Giants into the fifth. It'll be Brandon Crawford, who has been a star in this series and really all year long against Iglesias, the second pitcher of the day for Cincinnati. A changeup and a good one. Swung on and missed. See that batting average up to 281. He's got another run batted in this game. 25 to lead the Giants. Tied with Posey with the 6 home runs. He takes low. Iglesias has those 2 different fastballs. That one with some sinking action at about 91, and then we've seen the 94, 95. Inside, ball 2.
That's a live arm. And he's real free and easy with the delivery of the changeup, too. It's very deceptive. And he likes to work quick.
Crawford rips one fair by Votto and down the line toward the corner. Bruce waiting for the carom. Crawford will get the stop sign from today's third base coach, Ron Wotus. It's a leadoff double. Another hard hit ball for Brandon Crawford.
They set the target away. It goes right across the inside corner at the knees, and he just drops the head on it, rakes it right past Votto. Votto, who's got pretty good range for a first baseman, had none chance. For a second there, I thought Wotus was going to bring Crawford over and try and go for 3, but threw up the red flag at the last instant.
There's Ron, Giants bench coach, acting third base coach today. Roberto Kelly, one of his kids, is graduating. Blanco takes a strike. Now this will be interesting. We'll see how this all plays out. You got the 7th place hitter up, Matt Duffy, 8th place hitter on deck, then the pitcher's spot. Already a runner in scoring position, a chance to add to a 1-run lead. Petit in the game, but Bochy's got to be thinking now what he wants to do. Blanco to center field. Hamilton under it, and we'll see if Crawford tries to tag. Crawford is going, and Hamilton's throw is way offline. So good base running by Brandon Crawford. He's at third with 1 out.
So it becomes a productive out, and I know where you're going with the possible bunt situation, either from Bochy or just from Blanco on his own. But as hot as Blanco has been, I mean, the last 5-6 days he's had 4 doubles and a home run. I mean, he's been raking. So even though he doesn't bunt there, it is a productive out with the depth of that fly ball to allow Crawford to get the third.
Yeah, good job. And now Duffy comes up. Duffy's 0 for 2, but he's been good in these kind of spots. Infield comes in. He takes a strike right on the outside at 93.
Iglesias dropped down a little bit lower with his arm angle to wrap that little 2-seamer around that outside corner.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Well, the lower you go with your delivery, the more movement you're going to get. But to have the ability to command it, that's the trick. That's not an easy thing to do.
That one with a lot of movement, but outside.
Tries to do it again. And that's something that Javier Lopez has been doing for a long time. There aren't many guys that can do it. Change arm angle and still have pinpoint control to a corner. And this guy's doing it 93, 94 miles per hour. That's impressive.
Big spot here for Duffy. And he bounces one over the pitcher into center field. So he comes through. Crawford scores. Giants add to the lead at 7-5.
Money hitter. 16 RBIs now for Duffy.
Jeff Kent would be proud.
Yes, he would. This is not a hanger either. He went right back down there with high octane and big movement in perfect location.
Well, Bochy always preaches in that kind of spot, you're not thinking fly ball, you're not thinking something real specific, you're just thinking hit the ball hard, pressures on the defense. Now Petit squares and takes outside, but against a pitcher like that, you're thinking you got to get the ball in play. You have to put it in play.
Well, and by him getting the base hit, it keeps Petit in the ball game.
It does. And that was also what I was referring to with Bochy thinking ahead with this inning. If you had a runner at second, would you think about a pinch hitter? If Duffy had not come through, we don't know, but
he absolutely would have used a pinch hitter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So now, I mean, that really becomes a big play because you're able to keep Petit in. Maybe Petit can even make a productive out here. We'll see. He doesn't get to hit a lot. You saw those numbers. He's not a very good hitter.
Not a very good bunter. Other than that, he's a good guy.
His main job he does well. He's a good pitcher. But for a guy who has started a lot in his career, came up as a starter, he never really learned how to handle the bat. He's still showing bunt, and that was a not great effort for strike 3.
Well, there was one positive that came out of the at-bat.
Okay, what's that?
He didn't get hit on his right hand by the ball. Little breaking ball. And, you know, in his defense, he just hasn't seen enough of them.
Yeah.
It's big league pitching.
It's not easy. So 2 outs for Aoki. Well, you wonder if Bill Hayes got the stopwatch timing the delivery of Iglesias. Duffy, we haven't seen him run a lot, but he was a good base stealer in the minor leagues. He's got speed. A spot where he might think about going, and the Reds are certainly thinking that way. It's getting dark, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know it's coming. But you never know how much rain you're going to get. And this crew here, the umpiring crew, they'll let you play through some rain.
Aoki on the ground to second. Phillips, that stylish flip to force out Duffy. But the Giants add a run to their lead. Duffy knocks in Crawford, middle 5. 7-5 Giants.
Area is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com and by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Well, Thursday, May 28th is Chinese Heritage Night at AT&T Park. Your special event package will include a ticket to the game when the Giants take on the Braves and a Giants-themed Year of the Ram figurine. Now, remember, to receive the giveaway item, you need to purchase the Chinese Heritage Night special event ticket. For tickets, go to sfgiants.com/special event.
Hey, speaking of the Braves, I haven't counted ahead, but it's likely we'll see Shelby Miller on the hill for Atlanta. He pitched today against the Marlins. In fact, he's still pitching. Here's a swing by Bird with the rain starting to fall again. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. If Petit and the Giants can get through this, now we don't expect a washout. That's not in the forecast, but it would be an official game.
It would be an official game with 5 innings. Once the home team hits in that 5th inning, if they're behind.
But Shelby Miller came 1 out away from a no-hitter today before Justin Bour singled for the Marlins, and Miller ended up getting it done, finishing the game. They beat the Marlins 6-0, so it was a great performance by him, but 1 out from a no-hitter. Wow, he has been awesome. Brandon Phillips takes a called strike.
So it wound up being a 2-hitter.
Yeah.
And you're right. Giants have a chance to see him.
Let's see what the earned run average is up to the minute for the year. 1.33 for Shelby Miller. He's 5-1. Petit missed with that curveball. Well, you know, Bruce Bochy, Dave Righetti are in that dugout going, well, look, we don't want you to rush you, Sparrow, but get these 2 outs.
There's not a guy on the field that's not thinking that.
I mean, just in case. That ball is hit to deep left field. Aoki back, and it's off the top of the wall. Now the umpires are saying a home run. Phillips didn't think so, but that's being ruled as a homer. And this is a 1-run game. I'm sure they're going to look at this to confirm.
Dan Molino, the umpire at second base, making the home run call. And he was the one who was jogging out in the outfield watching that thing. We were not sure as to where it hit. It has to go over the yellow line at the top of the wall in left field.
Well, let's see if we can see.
There is a railing.
I mean, to me, you have to ask to look. Could you tell from that angle?
I couldn't tell.
You don't have to, and the Giants aren't going to challenge. You don't have to use a challenge on a home run boundary call. You can just ask the umpires, would you please look at it, and it doesn't count as your challenge. Now, Bochy is not into wasting time.
Well, and the other thing, too, is it's not going to come back this violently if it hits the pad.
Ground ball against the shift. Jay Bruce. Panic's got to hurry it over there, but plenty of time for out number 2.
I mean,
well, maybe if it's not raining and you're 1 out away from an official game with the lead, maybe you ask him to look at it. But that's the rule on that. You have your challenge, and if you use a challenge and it doesn't work, you don't have a challenge until late in the game when you don't need one. But with those home run boundary calls, that sort of falls in a different category. Anyway, it's a home run for Brandon Phillips. Back to a 1-run lead.
I think there's a piece of railing that, as we watch this thing ricochet, it's not going to come that violently back to the field, hitting the pad. And indeed, it does hit the railing.
Yeah,
it's like a wall, perhaps, but something hard.
That's a strike to Billy Hamilton. I have to admit, there's so much glare on our monitor. It's hard for me to see when we're showing those, even those good slow-mo replays. That curveball misses up.
You know, the point you make about the 5th inning, it's a distraction. It can absolutely mess with your rhythm. Activity in the Reds bullpen.
And that's where Cingrani, the left-hander, is up and throwing. You don't want the guy to just rush, get out of your routine. There's a called strike, and now it's Billy Hamilton's turn to wonder.
Well, the zone's been consistent, and there has been width on both sides of the plate, but everybody knows what the deal is. It's not like it's been an inconsistent strike zone. That's all you can ask for from any umpire.
There was one pitch when Zach Kozar was up there. There was a half a foot outside that was called a strike. That one is low. Maybe away 2. Full count 3-2.
Well, if we'd have seen Chris Heston have the same command today that he had in Houston with this umpire's strike zone, I mean, he'd have done well. But both young pitchers that started today had a hard time dealing with concentration.
3-2 and a liner into left center field. Base hit for Billy Hamilton. So that will get the pitcher spot up, and it will get a pinch hitter to the plate. Skip Schumacher in a spot where you can just almost guarantee now in a one-run game that Billy Hamilton's going to take off.
Billy Hamilton's going to take off. And this ought to be interesting because Yusmeiro Petit is very quick out of the stretch. You absolutely have to make Hamilton stop, and you have to be quick to give your catcher a chance to throw out a base runner like Hamilton.
Probably the best base stealer, fastest base runner in the game today.
Check the runner.
Well, they will throw in that direction, and that won't be the last one. "17 steals. He's been caught twice. He did not go. He was over there in the second inning and never took off. He's not going on this pitch, and Schumacher to deep right center field. Pence and Blanco. Nobody gets to it, but the Giants get a huge break. It bounces on the track and up over the wall. That would have scored the tying run easily. And yet it's an automatic double. Hamilton has to go back to third. What a break.
Oh, he'd have scored standing up. He could have crawled the last 30 feet. Break indeed. So a fastball, and Schumacher, a good fastball hitter, jumping on it. Two things. Number one, it stayed in the yard. Number two, it bounced in the stands once it didn't go over the wall on the fly. And here's where Hamilton has to go back.
Yeah, he could not believe it. He can run. Well, now a hit could put the Reds ahead with that possibility of the official game looming. And Petit misses with a fastball to Cozart. Well, this has just been a crazy game, and in this inning, as Petit did a great job to get the Giants out of the mess in the third, pitched a scoreless fourth. Here in the fifth, they are hitting him hard. So a real danger spot here. That one is up, ball two.
Javier Lopez.
You got Eli Whiteside basically as the bullpen coach today. Mark Gardner along with Roberto Kelly. They're both gone.
It's graduation time.
2 on, 2 out. Cozart pops it up. We'll see if it's playable behind home plate. Just out of the reach of Posey. So Cozart has lived to see at least one more pitch. Can Petit wiggle through this jam and keep the Giants ahead? Two 1. Cozart swings through the fastball.
That's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Petit. That's about top end right there on the fastball velocity.
Big pitch here, 2-2. Cozart had a good cut, fastball away.
He threw a perfect location pitch out there in the outside corner at the knees, and Cozart covered it. He found that ball straight back. He was on it. He was not fooled at all.
Switch hitter on deck, and then Votto, the left-hander. So this could be it for Petit, no matter what happens.
Plus Giants, they're going to make Pena hit right-handed too.
Yeah. Petit taking his time here. Another 2-2. Cozart rips it foul.
Ooh, that was a hanger. He got away with one there. Cozart has always been a good mistake hitter. He likes that ball belt high and above. He has been dialed
That's really amazing. He had such a miserable year. We first saw him, we figured, well, this guy's going to be, he's going to be a good young player for a long time. And his offense just went off a cliff last year. He is swinging the bat really well. He reaches for that one and pops it up. Petit wants it, and Petit will take it. Well, that was close. Reds get a run, but only the one. On to the 6th official game. Giants have the lead.
And it's Say Hey Tuesday with Yahoo Sports Talk Live and Giants pregame live at Willie Mays Plaza. Game time 7 p.m. Pregame live at 6:30 p.m. You'll see it right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. The rivalry continues, and it is the return of a Hunter Pence. The home of your world champion Giants is Comcast Sportsnet.
That will be a show on Tuesday night, that's for sure. 7-6, Giants carry a lead into the 6th with the rain looming. It is an official game. And a new pitcher when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and repair experts. Tony Cingrani, the left-hander, in, Mike.
13th time that he's come in. It's been a transition for him to come out of the rotation and into the bullpen. He didn't like it, but he's been very, very good. Four-pitch pitcher, you'll see low to mid-90s with the fastball. He'll throw a lot of them, but he's got a curveball, slider, changeup package. 14 strikeouts in 13 and third. Gives you an idea what type of stuff he has.
Joe Panik takes a called strike, first pitch breaking ball from Cingrani. It's been a quiet series for Joe, batting average at .276. A couple of strikeouts today. He hits that one up the middle into center field.
Right on cue.
He hits left-handers well. He's got a real nice lefty against lefty approach.
I agree. He's strong shoulder, strong front shouldered hitter, just like Brandon Crawford, and he, like Panik, hits lefties well.
So a good start against the new pitcher. Now you get the power coming up. Posey, Belt, and Pence lined up, and then Crawford, if the inning gets to that. Posey just 1 for 7 against Tony Cingrani. So he's seen him before. Foul tipped that first pitch fastball.
You don't see Buster Posey pull off too many pitches, but he pulled off that one. The thing about Posey I've always liked about him is he's very good at analyzing his swing within an at bat. And for hitters, that's an asset. To know what you did wrong and know how to correct it. Have to be careful with Cingrani if you're a base runner. He's got a good move over there.
To me, it's a borderline balk move, but it is a good move. Posey, hard ground ball, diving stop by Cozart. They get one, not two. Man, what a play.
That's the big leagues right there. And really, when you think about it, you have to feel fortunate that you didn't have a double play come out. Cozart had cheated towards the bag, and they exposed a little hole for Posey. And I mean, he hits it right there, and he hit that ball on a skull that took Cozart every inch of body he had laid completely parallel to the ground to snag a backhand. And then he winds up getting the ball a second, and Brandon Phillips tried the pretty acrobatic hop throw, and almost pulled it off.
Foul ball off the bat of Belt. So Posey the runner at first, one out. We haven't seen Andrelton Simmons yet. We're going to see him in a couple weeks when the Braves come to San Francisco. But otherwise, we see Crawford every day. And in these last couple weeks, we've seen Echeverria of Miami and Cozart here in Cincinnati. I think those are your best defensive shortstops in the league. Good pitch, strike two.
Well, that's a great play right here. And then from his seat, nice chest high throw. And once the throw got to Phillips, then he tried to ad lib a thrower to first base. Posey not that slow. Now, you talk about the pickoff move. If you imagine that there's a line right halfway between home plate and first base, 45 feet, right in the middle. When you take your stride as a left-hander, you have to be on the first base side of that imaginary line. And I think with Cingrani, he's right on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it does look like he balks, because if you step on the home plate side of that imaginary line, it's a balk. You step towards home and throw to first, that's illegal. He picked off Andrew Susak the other
day. You can understand why runners get a little flustered by that move.
I mean, Susak had no intention of stealing a base. He was just getting off the bag. Boom, he gets picked off. But it's a move that he has worked on, and I do believe he's right on that 45, imaginary 45-foot line.
Belt strikes out swinging. Nasty breaking ball. Brandon Belt is out number 2.
It's going to be interesting at bat right here.
Thinking Pence is geared up to hit something hard.
Yeah, I do. He's got 2 hits already, a single, a home run, and he just missed one in his last at bat. So he is locked in. And he likes a guy who challenge.
Just inside.
Cingrani will challenge.
He will. Ball 2 to Pence. 2 fastballs, both close, but neither a strike.
That's outfield playing Pence straight away.
Well, even without great speed, something into the gap. Posey running on contact. You get a chance to score a run. He fooled him with the off-speed pitch. Still just 2-1 though to Hunter Pence. Who declared to everybody a couple nights ago that he was more than ready. Giants listened, brought him up, and he has looked totally ready since arriving in Cincinnati. 2 games and 2 big games. He hits that one hard to left, but right there is Marlon Byrd for out number 3. Another good at bat for Pence. Giants do not score. Middle of the 6th, 7-6.
Market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. You get real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Go to MLB.tv for details.
Well, back here in Cincinnati for the bottom of the sixth, with the Giants still holding that one-run lead 7-6. Another new pitcher when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. Third pitcher of the day for the Giants, it's the lefty.
Javier Lopez having a good first half. 1.93 ERA. 17th time he's come in. He's pitched 9 1/3 innings. He's only given up 5 base runners, 4 by hits, 1 by walk. He has struck out 6. And nobody's really hitting him. I mean, he's eating up lefties. They're hitting a $105, and righties just 167.
So they do turn Pena around to his weaker side, right-handed hitter. Takes ball 1 from Lopez. Pena's played well. That one is a strike. I think you have to give the Reds some credit, Mike. All-star catcher Devin Mesoraco, because of that hip problem, has hardly played at all this year, has been so limited. He's basically now just a pinch hitter. There is a ball to Pena. A little bit low. It's 2-1. There's Mesoraco, who's already pinch hit in this game. You take away a catcher, an all-star, and they've gotten production from that position. They've had some depth to cover that hole, at least so far. Maybe not the power that Mesoraco provides.
That's one of the things that's holding this team back, is losing his contribution. I mean, a breakout year last year offensively, and he's a good catcher.
But you got Pena playing almost every day, hitting .341. That is ball 3, full count to Brian Pena. You got Votto and then Frazier lined up after Pena, so Lopez does not want to walk this guy. He doesn't. Toward the middle, nice high hop. Panic knows he's got time with the catcher running, so he took his time.
But you know, I mean, the Giants just went through this. They lose one of their big components in the offense when Hunter Pence goes down, the 3rd game of spring training. And you know, you go into that survival mode where you just try and hang around 500. And the Giants did that exactly, 18-18 when he came back. And for the Reds, I mean, they haven't lost him completely. They still get Mesoraco to come in there, and you can place him into a pinch hit role, which Brian Price, the skipper of the Reds, has done pretty consistently. Still, it's not the same getting 4 at-bats a day with him.
Votto swings through the first Lopez slider, strike 1.
But it does help when you have a backup like Pena. Your system has to produce support to fill in when guys go down to injury. Injury is inevitable in a 6-month season.
Sometimes it comes early, sometimes it comes late. That one's outside. Well, Canto's getting warmed up, and you wonder if maybe for the next hitter. You got power, right-handed hitting Frazier, then Bird, then Phillips, all lined up after Votto. My guess would be, yeah, Votto on the ground to first. Belt will take it himself. 2 down. So we'll see. Bruce Bochy, I'm sure, has already made the decision, and here he comes. So there's the call to the bullpen. With Frazier coming up, the Giants with a 1-run lead will bring in the right-hander. Lopez does his job. Giants hanging on here in Cincinnati to a 7-6 lead. We'll be back. 6 after Javier Lopez does his job. Now George Cantos comes out of the bullpen to replace Lopez. Fourth pitcher already for the Giants, and he'll face Todd Frazier. Cantos has been pitching very well.
He sure has. I mean, 17 games has been his body of work so far. Look at he's done. 1-0 with a 1.27 ERA. And he is quite simply broken through. He's made that quantum leap from thrower to pitcher. He's got new weapons, new toys, and he's the happiest guy on the planet. He thinks he is bulletproof. For much of his young career, we saw him with 2 pitches, and when he really would go against him, it would be 1 pitch. He'd throw nothing but sliders. Now he's got a cutter, 2 types of fastball, changeup, and still the great slider. It's just that he's saving it now, and it's much more effective.
Well, all that said, not an easy task against Frazier, who swung the bat really well in this series. 2 more hits today. Seems like he's hit the ball hard just about every time up against the Giants. And he's the tying run with a lot of power. That one missed that cutter up, ball 1.
Every time up, not just this year, since he's come into the league.
That may not be an exaggeration. See the slugging average, 12 home runs, a .572 slugging. 1-run lead for the Giants. That one's in there. Slider, strike 1.
You saw that back leg commit. He was not looking off speed. He's trying to tie the ball game in, quite simply. He's got 12 home runs. Why wouldn't you?
1-1. He hits that one on the ground to third. Duffy's got it. And he throws out Frazier. Well, Kipe's coming back to join Mike here on the TV side of things. Cantos does his job. On to the 7th. 7-6 Giants.
By your local Toyota dealer, and it has been a wild one here in Cincinnati for the Giants. 7 runs on 11 hits, 1 error. The Reds 6 runs on 10 hits, no errors. Both starters in this game, Anthony DeSclafani and Chris Heston, knocked out after the 3rd, and Yusmeiro Petit has kind of calmed the storm. Hunter Pence 2 for 4 with a home run, knocked in a couple run. Brandon Phillips, he's 2 for 2 with a home run and a couple RBIs as well. It is 7-6 Giants, and here going to tell you all about it, Dwayne Kuiper.
All right, and here's Brandon Crawford facing Tony Zingrani. And the pitch is low. Crawford's 2 for 3. And the pitch. Breaking ball, and it's high. I think that's the pitch you mentioned earlier that you're probably not going to get.
Not too many high strikes from Tom Hallion, the plate umpire.
And tight to Crawford. So radio was fun. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, how was radio?
Great, thanks.
Well, we were having a ball over here without
I
you.
can imagine. I'm sure that I spoiled it.
We didn't even miss you.
3 balls and a strike to Crawford. And Crawford's going to take a leadoff walk.
Second inning in a row that Cingrani has allowed the leadoff hitter to get on base. Giants could not do much about it last inning. Panic, a base hit, then the 3, 4, 5 guys went down 1, 2, 3. Cingrani's got that kind of stuff. I mean, he's a quality arm. He thinks he should be in the rotation, wants to be in the rotation, but he has filled a nice need in this bullpen for the Reds.
Here's Blanco, and then Duffy. Blanco with a bunt, and he bunts it foul. Blanco hit his first home run of the year last night. Kaboom. Looked a lot like the one he hit in the playoffs in 2012.
The ballpark right now is playing dramatically different than it did at the start of the game. Right field has opened up. The wind that was coming across the field is almost non-existent now. So this ballpark very live to right field. Boy, that's such a close line right there. Cingrani's step to first base.
It is. I keep going back.
He's flirting with a balk.
Swing and a miss. Nothing in 2. So Blanco now in a battle. It's 0-2 against a tough lefty. And now Blanco asks for time.
He leads the league in asking for timeout.
Indeed he does. Takes that pitch. It's 1-2.
That's the tough one to lay off on. That's the one that Brandon Belt could not lay off of in a 2-strike count to Cingrani. He struck out last inning. Just a hard snapping frisbee.
Got him.
Plants some 91-mile-an-hour with cut fastball on the outside corner. I mean, absolute perfect location. The strike zone has some width on both sides of the plate today, and here Pena doesn't have to move the glove.
That's the first called strike. It's the first time he's actually got to enjoy Tom Hallion doing his thing.
He's got a good ring him up.
Here's Duffy, and Duffy takes a strike.
Let's watch the umpire, Tom Hallion, try to start an old lawnmower.
That's right. The new ones, you just push a button, right?
Yeah, it's cheating.
Oh, and 1 to Duffy. Duffy with a base hit to not going to run in the 5th. Shoots one to right. He's got a base hit. So Cantos is being pulled back. And we're going to see who's going to hit. What do you think?
Joaquin Arias.
Maybe Joaquin Arias? Came to that conclusion when I saw him come running out of the dugout with a bat.
I'm with you.
Sometimes you just can't hide things, right?
No, we have to be honest.
Just tell the truth.
With our simpleness. But Arias has been swinging the bat well.
Well, he's going to hit with 1 out. Remember, Blanco struck out. Nope. 1 ball and no strikes.
Close, just a wee bit low. As you see Jeremy Affeldt getting stretched out in the Giants bullpen. Good curveball right there. I was swinging at that. I like that camera down the bullpen.
And that pop-up is out of play as Arias got a fastball in on his hands.
Yeah, that contact was nowhere near the fat end of the bat. It's been my experience that that's where you want to hit it, not 4 inches above the thumbs.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Fastball up there always looks pretty good. It's hard to catch up to. One ball and 2 strikes to Joaquin Arias with Crawford and Duffy aboard. And this time Arias just got a piece of it, so he keeps swinging at it, and it's likely they're going to go a little higher.
Climbing that ladder.
That was Ryan Matthews, by the way, you saw warming up in the bullpen. Arias on the ground at third. It could be a pair. That's 1, and that's not 2. It was Frazier's throw. It wasn't very good.
Second time we've seen that sort of jump snap throw from Brandon Phillips at second. The problem with that, you can't put a whole lot on it.
Well, it was Frazier's throw that caused him to throw like that.
I'm thinking no brainer.
So now Nori Aoki's going to hit. Yeah, absolutely, that should be a double play. So now let's see if Nori Aoki can make it hurt. And he bunts third base side. Frazier's coming in. He's on the bare hand. They're going to go home. Not in time. Frazier's only shot was home, and the Giants pick up a run.
Some of the good things happening right there. Number 1, of course, was the bunt from Aoki, but Crawford has to be perfect. He has to break like the third baseman breaks. As soon as that bat comes off his shoulder, he has to be moving towards home. There's a possibility that you're going to be the only play, and indeed he was. Frazier knew he had no chance at first base. See the lane, just a little bit of an opening, and Crawford beats it. It's a big run. Nice play.
So here's Panik. Panik singled off of Zingrani in the 6th. Now you got Arias at second and Aoki at first. So the inability of the Reds not to turn the double play hurts them.
Todd Frazier, I mean, he's a tough guy to bunt on. He makes that play well.
Yes, he does. And it goes the other way, and it's right at Bird. And this is going to end the inning. But the Giants do pick up a run. Bottom of the 7th coming up, 8-6 Giants. Check out our AT&T U-verse rewind. It happened on April 26th here in Cincinnati in 2012. Angel Pagan in the 9th inning with a 3-run home run with 1 out off of Sean Marshall. It gave the Giants a 6-5 lead, and it was the first day on getaway day that Angel Pagan broke out the happy flight.
And it salvaged the series. Prior to that, the Giants were just stuffed by the Reds. So a comeback victory, and indeed the first time we ever heard happy flight, and we've been wearing it out ever since.
Wearing it out.
Giants have a chance for a happy flight. It is a bullpen game, and it'll be up now to Jeremy Affeldt to try and preserve that lead. He's been in 16 games, 0-2 with a 2.89 ERA. For Affeldt, low 90s fastball with sink, big curveball, and a forkball. And he has had a little bout with his mechanics. Last couple of times he's been out there, hasn't really had the sink on his fastball, and we haven't seen the ground balls off the bats that we are accustomed to seeing with him. So that'll be something that we'll pay close attention to today. Always one of his keys. He'd been pulling that shoulder, his front shoulder out, and sort of flying and dragging his arm. He didn't have the normal release point out front, which allows him to get that sink. It's something they've been working on.
Will first face Marlon Byrd.
Mark Carter, one of the great mechanical pitching coaches. I mean, he knows mechanics as good as anybody in the game. Is the guy who's trying to get Jeremy Affeldt's right shoulder to stay compact and tucked towards his target.
Bird's 1 for 3. Slaps this one on the ground to Duffy. 1 out.
Well, I'm going to say that's a good sign.
So 1 pitch, 1 out, and here's Brandon Phillips, who's had a nice game.
1 pitch, 1 out, 1 ground ball.
Phillips homered in his last at bat. One for 10 lifetime against Affeldt. Low, 1 ball and no strikes. On deck is Jay Bruce. 2-0. Affeldt pitched here in Cincinnati. Started a few games for the Reds. But he's found a home.
Yes, he has.
There's a strike.
Affeldt is 14th year at the big league level.
Two balls, 1 strike. Popped up. That'll be a souvenir. Belt will give chase.
You know, one thing about this ballpark, we always talk about how live it is and how hitter friendly it is. When you start talking about the dimensions with the fence and the carry you get in this ballpark, the foul territory here is definitely an advantage to pitchers. There's a lot of foul territory. It's about twice as much as you get back in San Francisco. But after that, it's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think you can probably stop right there. Three and 2 to Phillips. Bounces this one to Crawford. And Crawford's going to throw out Phillips. 2 outs.
2 ground balls.
And here's Jay Bruce. Bruce today is 2 for 3. For 4 in his career at bats against Afel. Those are regular season stats. And it's low, 2-0. Now Crawford's going to move to the right of second base. Hit well. Right center field. And gone. Bruce got a pitch down and in, and it's back to a 1-run game. Well, you figured he was going to heat up pretty soon. You're just hoping he'd do it when the Giants left.
They set the target away. It goes down and in at the knees. And that was loud contact. So the Giants scratch hard for 1, extend their lead to 2, and just like that, whoop, it's back to 1 run again.
So here's Hamilton. Hamilton is 1 for 2. And he takes low and in, 1 ball and no strikes. Bouncing ball to Crawford. Crawford will get rid of it quickly, and that'll end the inning. So Afel gives up the 1 run on the home run, and we'll go to the 8th. It's 8-7 Giants.
Giants post game live highlights, reaction, and analysis, and it's all coming up right after the game.
It's an 8-7 lead for the Giants. And who we got, Mikey?
New pitcher now for the Cincinnati Reds is going to be the big fella, Jumbo Diaz. 17th time that he's come in. 2-0 with a 6.28 ERA. He's got strikeout stuff, a 5-to-1 strikeout walk ratio. And you'll see mid to high 90s with a fastball, slider, and a changeup. But he can bring it up there pretty good.
So the first hitter he'll face will be Buster Posey. Buster's got 1 hit today. He's 1 for 4. I think Buster appreciates a good fastball challenge, don't you?
Yes, he does.
And the first pitch is not a fastball, and it's down low. 1 ball and no strikes. Swing and a miss.
Backed it up. Slider, slider. Jumbo Diaz doesn't have great command. He's got great stuff. Doesn't say that he walks a lot of guys, but he will make location mistakes within an at bat.
Totally boxed up by Pena. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Maybe it could have been a strike.
If he catches that ball, they might have gotten the strike. But that slider kind of backed up and didn't do anything close to what he was expecting.
Posey skies one to right. It's in the park to Bruce. 1 out. And here's Bell. Belt is 2 for 3 today with a walk. Zingrani struck him out in the 6th. Dr. Pence is on deck. Hit well to left field. Something behind it. It is out of here. He's done it again. His 3rd home run of the series, and the Giants back to a 2-run lead.
Now, this is the one that is really going to get everybody excited in that Giants dugout. He takes this ball the other way and leaves the ballpark. And this is the side of the field that really separates the guys with power. This ball is away, and this is what they're waiting for. To backspin balls away and take it over the wall in left field.
Here's Pence, who takes a strike.
Go back and look at most of his home runs. Even going back to last year, they're middle end, right there around the knee. Not many out over the plate that he backspins the other way and goes over the wall. That swing right there on that pitch in that location tells you he is locked in.
0-2 to Pence.
So many times when he hits a fly ball in left field, it's sliced, it's filleted, it's not driven, it's not backspinned, and that was.
Low, 2-2.
88 mile an hour fastball. Giving up an opposite field home run make you throw a little harder. Brandon Belt 1 for 13 with 8 strikeouts the first 3 games of this road trip. Now he's 9 for 14 with 3 homers.
Got him. Diaz with his first strikeout. And here's Crawford. He's had a nice day. Scored 3 times. And he takes one low, 1 ball and no strikes. Crawford fouls it back. He had a good swing.
That's a healthy fastball. Anywhere from between 95 to 98 miles per hour, depending on the grip.
Crawford goes the other way, and that's a souvenir. 39,209 here tonight, or today. If you just joined us in the second inning, we had a 24-minute rain delay. Came down for about 10 minutes. And then it took the grounds crew the rest of those minutes to get the field ready. So Crawford trying to reach for Gregor Blanco here in the 8th. A run in. Crawford slowly hit. Charging is Cozart. He will throw, and they got him. A nice play by Cozart. Brandon Belt, his 3rd home run of the series. This time it goes the other way, and it's bye-bye baby. Giants now lead 9-7. The hitter is going to be Chris Negron. Romo is getting loose.
And the wind that we saw early in the game, then died off for about 3 innings, is back.
Coming back.
So that means right field not playing as lively as it was just about an inning ago.
So here's Negron, and he takes low with a breaking ball. Cozart and then Pena. Here's the strike. Hatfield trying to bridge the gap to whoever's next, whether it's Romo or Casilla. Hit out to left field with something behind it again. Aoki, however, is going to get there on the track for out number 1.
I think Chris Negron thought he had one.
You can do that here, right? It's spoiled.
Sergio Romo getting heated up now for the Giants. Sergio Romo's thinking about one guy, and that's Todd Frazier.
So here's Affel to Cozart, who's 0 for 3. And he takes low. In tight, 2 balls and no strikes. On deck is Pena. We're in the 8th. And a strike, so it's 2-1. Affel gave up the home run to Jay Bruce in the 7th. Otherwise got 3 ground balls. Here, this is bounced foul. be the 20th pitch for FL. On the ground to Belt. Belt will take it himself. 2 outs. Belt playing right in that hole. Pena's make that 1 for 4.
Switch hitter. Giants going to make him swing the bat right-handed every time. Hit 222 right-handed, hitting 400 left-handed.
And a strike for the fastball. Yeah, the injury to Mesoraco really hurts this team.
Oh,
they're a good offensive team without Mesoraco, but they're really good with him.
Mesoraco had a breakout year last year. He was their everyday catcher, all-star catcher.
Got a hip impingement, which allows him to hit but not catch.
I mean, he's a good catcher. He's a good thrower.
Yeah.
But last year, I mean, he hit 273 with 25 home runs and 80 RBIs.
He's an all-star.
It's a lot of offense you're leaving on the bench.
FL cast that one high and wide. 2 balls and 1 strike. So now FL's got to come in. He's got Joey Votto on deck. And he walked it.
So he walks him with 2 outs. And Affeldt takes a bit of a walk, has a word with himself.
So Votto is 0 for 3. His numbers against Affeldt, 1 for 8, a double. And it's the first pitch strike. Votto's not digging it.
He is not enthusiastic about that outside corner. Here you see the numbers lifetime. 2 for 8, 3 strikeouts.
And again, it's 0-2.
And he was not looking fastball there. He was looking for the rainbow curveball.
Might see it here. 1-2.
Well, and it's a perfect place to put him. Down the dirt, ahead the count 0-2. It was rare that he would ever throw a forkball to a left-hander. Sort of a specialty pitch he'd use with righties, but he's starting to do that now. Occasionally he'll drop one in on a lefty.
Not close. 2-2. To Votto. Hit shallow left field, coming in. Aoki, he can't get it, and it rolls behind him. And the throw is going to go to third, and he hits the runner. And now coming in to score is Pena. And Votto's going to end up at third, and it's a 1-run game.
We've seen weirdness throughout this whole series. Now, Brian Price is going to argue that Joey Votto should have been allowed to score. And a heads-up play from Crawford, who backed the play up once it got past Votto, or by Aoki. And then on the throw, it hits the helmet of Pena. And it skips away. Pena comes in to score. But what the Reds want is they wanted Votto to be able to score from second base.
And Crawford ends up with the error.
That's a rough error.
So Bruce Bochy's coming out. So Casey McGee is coming in. We're going to take a break. So's Romo. It's back to a one-run game. In. Stay with the numbers for Romo. 17th game he's come into. 0-2 with a 4.09 ERA. 19 strikeouts in 11 innings. So here he's facing Frazier. McGee is at third. Duffy is now at shortstop. And Frazier takes a strike.
Romo has faced Frazier twice. He has struck him out once. 0 for 2 lifetime.
Yeah, he started him off with a fastball.
He was not looking for it.
Outside. Through another one. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Romo sets. And there's a bouncing ball foul. As he hooked that slider, it's 1-2.
Take one more look at Crawford's throw. It really wasn't that far off the mark, but it hits the helmet. I mean, some errors you just can't avoid. Believe it or not, that's an error. So a double, no RBI, and an error on Crawford.
And it's 1-2 to Frazier. So in order for Frazier to hit that pitch, you have to think he's got an idea. Suppose he's sitting way off the plate. And he got him. And that's right where Romo threw it. And that's going to end the inning. We'll go to the ninth. It's been a weird one, but the Giants lead. The new pitcher.
Let's take a look at the numbers for Aroldis Chapman. 17 games. He's pitched 16 and a third innings. He has struck out 27. And that will tell you what type of stuff that he has. 7 walks and 12 hits in those 16 and a third. And you're going to see a fastball, especially on a hot day like this. It'll be right around 100, and it's an easy 100. Tops out at 104. It'll be anywhere from 98 to 104. And I'm not making this up. Hard slider, and believe it or not, he has a changeup, although we haven't seen it yet.
So here's Romo as he got Frazier.
I mean, count leverage, a 1-2 count. And everybody in the ballpark knew he was going to throw a slider, but he threw it away and just put it out there to where Frazier, who was looking for it, saw it, committed to it, and had none chance.
None chance. So Blanco gets the privilege of leading things off against Chapman here in the ninth. And Blanco swings and misses all in one.
The thing about Chapman, who is a perfect catapult, is that his high velocity just looks so easy coming out of his delivery because of the length of his arm.
Very high to Blanco. Blanco doubled in the second. He's 1 for 3. Fouls it back, 1 and 2.
So 98, 99, 99, and I don't believe he's even thinking about a breaking ball as you see Santiago Casillas start to heat up. He will pitch the bottom of the ninth inning. Giants kind of trying to give him a little security blanket here with another couple of runs.
Stays alive.
Chapman going to be out on the free agent market at the end of the season.
6 years went fast, didn't it?
It really did. There could be a few people lined up to bid on this guy.
They do. High and away to Blanco.
90-mile-an-hour slider.
Got him.
across the letters, and I don't know if there's a tougher assignment trying to hit that thing.
So here's Duffy. Duffy with a couple of hits today.
That's just pure power. And he makes it look so easy. Perfect throwing machine. You get in a rock fight with this guy, you're going to lose.
Surrender. Duffy takes high, 1-0. In the bottom of the ninth, it'll be Bird, Phillips, and Bruce. Duffy got a piece. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Guess what? You've never been on base.
Fouls it back. Then he got that breaking ball.
Not even been the changeup. I mean, it was something off speed. Had Duffy out front. This is the first time Duffy's ever faced him. And Chapman's one of those guys that when you're coming through organized baseball, I mean, you're a fan of whatnot. Everybody's intrigued by Chapman. So the first time you take your at-bats against him, you're geared up.
Low to Duffy. It's 2-2.
That 101. Is definitely something that Duffy's going to get asked about later on in his years. And that's 101 right across the letters. And he uses that location across the letters so beautifully. And it really is an asset because at that volume, that speed, it's just so hard to keep your top hand on it. I mean, it's easy to defend around the belt. I mean, that's your natural zone. But the more you elevate with speed, the more difficult it is.
So Casey McGee's first at bat is going to come here in the ninth with 2 outs. No balls and 1 strike. McGee hitting at 194. He's never had a hit against Chapman. He's 0 for 9. I start thinking about guys who have hit Chapman decent in minimal amounts at bats. Buster Posey's 3 for 5 with 2 doubles. Pence is 2 for 2. Aoki's 2 for 4. That's it. Two and 2.
That pitch, you could just steal pitches with it because nobody's going to go up there looking for the slider. It's the same thing with Craig Kimbrell. I mean, nobody even thinks about it. He's got it. They throw it, but you're thinking about high velocity. You have to.
And McGee with a base hit to right field.
101. And when you think about McGee, he really has a swing. His natural swing is above the belt. I mean, you think he's the guy that would be most effective against a guy like Chapman. But his first hit in 10 at bats.
So here's Nori Aoki, who's picked up 2 hits in this game. He's got 3 runs batted in this game. And a base hit to left field. So that short stroke of Aoki. And that'll bring up panic.
Rakes him. Take a look at the fastball challenge. Just short, compact swing, punches right through that left side. And with a guy like Chapman, you let him supply the power, which he indeed did.
Joe Panik today, 1 hit, 4 at bats. And he takes low, 1-0. Panik's job, either get McGee in or get Posey in at bat against Chapman. Ooh. Ouch.
Right in the shoulder blade. And watch him turn to protect his face.
So here's Buster Posey. We gave you his numbers. He is 3 for 5 lifetime against Chapman, and now the bases are loaded.
When a guy like this drills a teammate, this will accelerate the bat speed of Posey. It just became personal.
And it's a high strike, and it's 0-1. McGee, Aoki, and Panik are your base runners. Hook foul. Through another breaking ball. It's 0-2. I think he knows that Buster's been on his fastball other times.
Absolutely knows it.
Out of play.
102. And that's Chapman's version of reaching back. And as soon as they flash 102 up on the board, this place began to buzz. Slider, ball by about a half a ball. You would think that a guy that can throw 102 would stick with that pitch.
Yeah, I think it's coming anyway. Out of play.
And there it was.
Chapman may be saying, look, those guys swing and miss at that.
It's pretty interesting at bat, partner. Payne is going to go out and talk about it.
I don't think he wants to get Posey out with that slider.
Well, this conversation is simply, hey, way ahead, don't have to throw a strike, blah, 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 blah. But you're right. Chapman, I mean, he's a macho guy. When you throw 102, you can't help but be a macho guy. You want to strike out a guy with your fastball. And Pena gave him a pretty good argument for the slider. And we'll see who wins the argument by what he throws next.
Bases are loaded, 1-2 to Buster Posey. Posey, little pop-up, shallow right field. It's going to be Phillips who makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So we will go to the bottom of the ninth. Brandon Belt. His home run right now is the difference in the game. And it came in the 8th inning with 1 out. So has 2 other hits and a walk. He scored 3 runs. So Belt is our Honda player of the game.
Well, deservedly, he's been fantastic. So the Giants bring in their closer, Santiago Casilla. The 17th game that he's come into. He's got 8 saves on the year. 4-0 with a 1.88 ERA. And for Casilla, you'll see 2 types of movement with the fastball and velocity that goes low to mid-90s. Curveball, cutter, changeup.
And he'll be facing Marlon Byrd, and then Brandon Phillips, and then Jay Bruce. Seventh pitcher for the Giants. So here's Bird. Bird's 1 for 4. And a first pitch strike, and it's 0-1.
93. Bird, 90 bats lifetime against Casilla. He's got 3 hits.
On the infield straightaway, Blanco is shade towards the gap in right center, and this is driven foul and out of play. It's 0-2.
4-mile fastball, and there's always been the story with Santiago Casilla that the hotter the weather, the more velocity on the fastball. He's got a good one today.
Breaking ball, got him.
And he's got a pretty good breaking ball today.
Loves that humidity. So here's Phillips.
0-2 snapper and locks up Marlon Byrd. He took like that. He took that like it's the first breaking ball he ever saw.
So Phillips steps in with 1 out. Ain't gonna miss. No balls and 1 strike.
Nice tight little cutter. Perfect place.
Bruce to follow. Casilla and Posey coming up with something. Phillips waiting patiently, and now everybody's ready. Breaking ball and 2.
And that locked up Phillips. And he will chase the ball down the dirt away.
Yeah. He will take a big rip. Just like that, 2 down. You know what Phillips likes to do. I mean, he's trying to tie the game.
Well, they all are. Everybody in this Reds lineup has got home run swagger. And they get to win ball games with the Hammerhead being the home team. This ballpark, they all try and swing for it. And this guy's no exception. And he's already got one today.
So here's Bruce. And there's a strike to Bruce, and it's 0-1. Hamilton is on deck. This is going to be a long run for somebody. And nobody can get there. It's off that short sidewall. Oakie's playing very deep. They're really playing doubles defense. So it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Buster wants a breaking ball.
Got him, and that's the ball game.
And that's 9 pitches, 9 strikes.
Well, in a wild one and a long one in a game that had a 24-minute rain delay, it doesn't matter. The Giants end up taking 3 out of 4 here in Cincinnati after losing a disappointing game on Thursday night. So nice job today by everybody.
This is the first time they've won 3 games in a row in a regular season situation since 2005. A huge win and a huge series win for this Giants team.
So happy flight for the Giants. Final score, Giants 9, Reds 8. Stay tuned. Esurance Giants postgame live. That's all going to start right now.